Hello everyone, welcome. Sorry for being a little bit late, but there's a storm coming here, and I'm really scared that something will happen, so I went to the attic and closed the window and whatever, closed other windows and such, so checking everything took some time. Oh, a few more things. Let me just put this here. But yeah, I didn't have really much time to set it up. Also when you WhatsApp, it stops playing. What do we say? Is this a nice volume or do we go one more down? I really wish, so in some games when you adjust the sliders, there's like, for narrator for example, we would have a prompt saying something so we know how loud a narrator really is. Oh well, this seems like a good combination. Now then, let me put this somewhere. Alright, and we can hop in. So, I haven't played this game before, so I don't know what it's about, but apparently it's a really good story and puzzle game. And it's rather short, apparently. So it's ideal for our Fridays. Oh no! It's locking behind. Oh, that's not nice of them. Not just forgetting about him and going ahead. I will adjust after. Oh no. What about these people like just forgetting about their friend?
There is a place where the lost embers go.
Can I? No, not yet.
As their light begins to fade.
Just give me a moment, I will just place this thing on it at least. Mm-hmm. Oh. Okay, a few things. First of all, what the hell is happening? Like how it's possible that my avatar is actually lagging. Oh well. Okay. Now, I'm sorry, I need to quit out because I want to change volume. Music goes up, everything else goes down.
There is a place where the lost embers go. As their light begins to fade.
Better. I sort of wonder if they are supposed to play with controller.
Ember ran because standing still made them feel helpless.
Oh, look. Can you run through spider web? Actually pull on it.
The wall glistened. The painting showed embers on a sacred journey. The painting showed embers on a sacred journey.
Oh. So they're all traveling to the fire.
Ember felt so afraid and alone. That it was a relief to find someone to talk to. Ember froze, almost too frightened to look away, when they noticed a small satchel.
Oh.
The satchel felt heavy. Ember looked inside. The statue shone brightly in the light.
Okay. The settings and here we have inventory. Oh, and our cute number behind me.
There was a symbol on the floor.
A flame.
Ember noticed something wrong.
It's upside down.
There was a round space where something used to fit.
Actually, let me try, controller.
To Ember's delight, the golden statue slid perfectly into place.
Oh, I can pick up bees and move it. Oh. Yeah, I think this game was made for a controller. Feels so
Ember
natural.
left, feeling sorry for the stranger now alone in the dark.
Bye bye, skeleton.
The stairway opened into a dark forest. Ember could feel fear taking over. They'd washed up alone, somewhere very unfamiliar. Ember felt like they were being watched. The path was blocked.
There was someone there.
The path was blocked.
There was someone like us on the other side.
As Ember approached, the flames seemed to call out.
On the guiding light.
With a feeling like falling, the forest had slipped away. Ember felt lost in darkness and ruin.
Oh, it goes down. Can we put it back? Yeah, you can climb here. Okay, let's try there's the other side.
The caged flame stoked new hope in Ember.
Now I can keep this down, right?
Hope was almost within reach. The flame spoke and Ember listened.
Oh, we now have flame. What did the flame spoke about though? Okay, how do I open inventory? Oh, like this. Okay. So here. Alright, so let's trace the flame to wherever it goes.
The flame lingered ahead. Was it trying to escape? Or leading the way?
Oh, look, those are the things. Small ghosts that we met at the start.
The campfire flickered into life. The ghost spoke. Hope has returned to a forlorn. I will warm them until they choose to move on. Ember looked to the ghost for answers.
Where am I?
This is a place between places, to travel through as your light fades. But none have passed on in a long time. The Forest King now holds us here, and those who linger will turn forlorn. Again that word, forlorn.
Oh, who are you?
I am just a guide along the way to fan the flame. So many lost embers have I seen, more than I could help. The forlorn are those who lost their way along the path. If you find them, send them to me and I will guide them. Ember thought of those they loved, those they'd left behind.
Okay, I'm not really sure why, but I have a feeling that by the end of the story, I will cry at least once. It does have that, emotional feel to it, so I'm pretty sure I will be it. I want to help others. I want to move on. Honestly, if it was me, I would want to move on.
The Forest King watches the doors. The campfire will light the way. Find those who are lost. Bring embers to the fire.
Oh, we can help others as well.
There are others lost along their journey. Find them and I will guide them.
Help me?
Step backwards, little Ember. Look behind. Upon a small grassy cliff rests a forlorn.
Oh, there. So... what now? Hmm. Well, let's go this way. Means there's probably a way to the far land on the cliff. Hello. Oh, they're scared of me. Mhm. Can I climb here? Or jump over? No. Jump here? No. Oh, there's someone up there. Did you see them? They are not like others.
Barely visible through the murky water was the shadow of something hiding, and on a small pier with barely a sound, a lonely fisherman sat.
Oh, hello.
The traveler spoke. You ever had roast frog, friend?
No. I'm French.
I miss a good roast frog. Oh, how they crackle. The traveler I miss a good roast frog. Oh, how they crackle.
Okay, so we need to bring them a roast frog. Maybe we can talk to the person up here. Trying to keep
The stranger
pace.
had been forgotten. They tried to follow as best they could.
Oh,
But no one heard them when they fell behind.
oh wait. You know, I have a feeling we are recovering our own memories. Traveler has been forgotten. They tried their best to keep up, but they have been left behind. That's basically the intro of the game. For our little ghost gets left behind and later forgotten once he loses his pedal.
stranger looked at Ember with surprise. Someone came back for me. Thank you.
You're welcome.
The stranger looked at Ember with surprise. Someone came back for me. Thank you.
Oh. I bet you that's a shortcut and the tree will fall down. Okay. Well, let's go back to the flame.
The stranger said, "Take care of those you care about the most." The ghost said, "Speak and I will listen."
Help me.
Take the path east of here, gaze into the pond. The frog knows of a lost forlorn.
Okay, I see. So you can ask for help here?
The stranger whispered, "Be kind to yourself."
That's true. Chat, be kind to yourself, okay? Now we can cross here. Oh, maybe not.
Barely visible through the murky water was the shadow of something hiding, and on a small pier with barely a sound, a lonely fisherman sat.
Okay, guess we need to go to the fisherman first. And they will help us find the frog. Or maybe it's the frog here. Hello, frog. Oh, there's someone there. Do we bring it here? Huh? Pivot brain.
The stranger was trapped, caught in a maze.
You know, maybe I should rename the Fridays to Mental Health Fridays at this point. Journey last time. This game this time. And I know that we'll definitely play Greece sometime. That I need oh. I need some time for preparations before that. As can we pull this one?
It was hard to make sense of this place.
Oh. That doesn't seem to help us at all. Now wait, can we? Oh. And I see. So we will first push this here. Oh wait. I wonder. Oh, we can pull this more. What are we trying to do here? Well, we need to fill this hole here so they can climb. That means I think I got it. Now let's see, can I pull all of them? Yes. Amazing.
The trail just kept on closing.
Don't worry, my little friend, I got you. And here we go.
The stranger's voice was hoarse. I just need some time, I think, to see things clearly.
That's fair. Take your time.
The stranger's voice was hoarse. I just need some time, I think, to see things clearly. The ember was curious. Where did you wake up?
The cave.
I'm headed for the crossroads. It's not far, I think. I've heard there's a nest there, a safe place.
Oh, is there?
The ember was... I'm headed for the... I've heard there's a nest there, a safe place.
That sounds nice. We are back at the pond. Now we have a shortcut.
The fisherman murmured quietly between sorrowful breaths.
Sorrowful sound. Sorrowful soul. Meeting the discouraged.
The fisherman felt so useless.
Can I dream again? Oh, it brings us out. Okay. No, let's
The
help
fisherman
him.
murmured quietly between sorrowful breaths. The fisherman felt so useless. His former joys were hollow. Sitting out there every day by the pond. Only the dark water to hear him talk. In that darkness, a glimmer flickered. A thought beating like a drum. That went round and round. It all started with a frog. Every day by the pond, a constant reminder.
Here you go, your light's back.
For a brief moment, the fisherman struggled to speak. He looked at Ember, hopeful. The fisherman spoke softly. There's a frog in that pond, a big one. Saw him grow from a tadpole. We were friends of a sort. Spent every day side by side.
Tell me more.
So much better at fishing than me, that frog is. Catches them before I can bait them. Oh, it makes me feel useless some days.
Oh,
The fisherman sighed. I've wasted so much time feeling like this. The old man looked carefully at the pond At their rod? At ember? Well, listen to me here, rambling on and on. It helps, though, telling someone. Thank you, Ember. If you need help catching anything, you just ask.
How about the frog?
You saw the frog? Did the frog mention me? You ask the frog about me, see what they say. Actually,
Okay.
no, just... Please don't tell the frog how much I talk about them. Poor little worms. They didn't ask to be here. But how do you fish without them? One for me, one for the fishes. Slurp 'em down. They say catching a fish isn't the point. So I tell myself that. I tell myself that a lot. I chased old Blue Betty round this pond for years. Best days of my life catching that fish. Had to use myself as bait. Stuck on me head ever since.
Wow, that's dedication.
If you need help catching anything, you just ask.
Okay, and you're not useless, okay? But. Sometimes it's hard to compete. Especially with frogs at the fishing. Oh wow, that's a big frog.
The frog stared at Ember, its belly rumbling. Its eyes were fixed on Ember, but it seemed to mean no harm. Was this the frog that the fisherman spoke of? Ember could hardly ignore the rumbling from the frog's belly.
Oh. Can we ask fishermen to catch something? No.
If you need help catching anything, you just ask.
What do we feed to the frog?
The frog stared at Ember, its belly rumbling. Its eyes were fixed on Ember, but it seemed to mean no harm. Was this the frog that the fisherman spoke of? Ember could hardly ignore the rumbling from the frog's belly. The frog stared at Ember, its belly rumbling.
Okay, we need to find something to feed the frog, probably. There's nothing here, it seems. Maybe it's all a big misunderstanding, though. Maybe the frog is just really hungry and it's eating all the fish. And the fisherman then can't catch anything since frog eats everything.
The ghost said, "Speak and I will listen." Travel wisely. Return if you have lost your way. The stranger said thoughtfully, "I felt so alone. I was so lost." The stranger whispered, "Be kind to yourself."
there turns our way here.
The old gate was locked.
Okay. But I don't have a key, so...
The crow held its shining trophy tight.
Oh, I see. Can you please give me a key?
The cave entrance was overgrown with dry brambles.
That was the route from the ground. Oh, we can set the brambles on fire. Okay. Oh, there were another family here, so set those on fire as well. Oh, hello.
The stranger whispered, "Ever feel like you are being watched?" "I've never felt that. What does it feel like? Is it nice? It sounds nice."
It doesn't sound nice. Oh, hello. Now I got you.
The worm looked helpless, with no way to escape. As Ember picked it up, the worm let out a little yelp.
Oh no. I feel bad. Can we put it back in? Put it back in.
Inside was a scrap of journal.
Oh,
The strangers on the water went on without me. Where have I landed? Vines and thorns stretch out to trip me.
oh wait, that was it. Forgotten things. There's like a place we can maybe put the frog statue on. No? Like that looks like something goes there. Oh. Can I maybe carry the frog statue over? No.
The stranger whispered, "I've never felt that. What does it feel like? Is it nice? It sounds nice." The Wanderer's Diary. Unfamiliar trees, a path overgrown. Is this a resting place? A place between places? I call out, but mine is the only voice.
Alright, sorry, I was just cleaning my throat and such. And as while drinking, some water. Unfamiliar trees above overgrown. Is this a resting place? A place between places? I call out, but mine is the only voice. Oh. Okay, there's a path to the left and a path to the north. So let's check out the cave here. Oh, there's a lot of them. Oh. Oh, he came out in the fireplace.
The broken net hung ominously around the skeleton's neck.
A broken fishing net. And this other forlorn. A fragile flame.
The stranger shivered in the cold.
Oh.
They'd moved through such dark places. They lay down and closed their eyes.
Oh, I need a stick. Can I take this one? No.
Warmth was a distant memory, stolen by the passing miles. The stranger blinked at Ember. Is it morning already? How long have I been asleep?
I know, but good morning to you.
The stranger blinked at Ember. Is it morning already? How long have I been asleep?
look. They follow us. Oh. Hello, bird.
The key was nestled between the reeds, but it was just out of reach.
Oh. Maybe with broken fishing net we can fish it out. Oh. I'll need to repair it.
The key was nestled, but it was just out of reach.
Warm?
It didn't seem like that would really help.
That's fair. I also didn't expect it to help. Maybe one of our friends know how to repair fishing,
The stranger whispered. Ever feel like you are being watched? I've never felt that. What does it feel like? Is it nice? It sounds nice.
Alright, let's try going back to the fisherman. Maybe he can help us. And also tell hi here.
The ghost said, "Speak and I will listen."
I didn't really want to speak to you, I just... Help me.
Take the path east of here, gaze into the pond. The frog knows of a lost forlorn.
There's somewhere else. Oh, we can help. But I want to speak to these people.
The stranger said, "Thank you for being so kind."
Maybe we can feed the frog with
The frog stared at Ember, its belly rumbling.
No, actually, no.
The fisherman noticed the broken net Ember was carrying. "Let me have a look. See what I can do." With a silk thread, the fisherman carefully knotted it together. With each knot he tied, a net began to form. "Here you go. Good as new."
Thank you. Can you help me catch fish? Oh.
If you need help catching anything, you just ask.
Okay, let's try feeding a worm to the frog.
The frog stared at Ember, its belly rumbling. This was not how Ember had imagined the end. The gurgling of water, a deafening heartbeat. But then... the frog returned Ember's good deed by leading them to a lost forlorn.
Thank you. That was nice of you. Oh, pat, 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 pat. Give some pats on the on the nose. Unhindered, discarding
The stranger stood alone.
impediments. Hmm.
Their friends have fallen aside, retreating from what came next. The stranger had ventured on. Now they were deep in the woods.
Oh,
It felt so pointless. The stranger spoke hesitantly. Is the campfire crowded? Let me gather myself. I'll see you there.
I'll see you there. Oh. Oh.
Ember found the wanderer's diary. The oily smell of frogs. They know more than they will say. They watch me watching them.
I wonder who the journal belongs to. Can we leave here? No? No. What about here? No.
The stranger spoke. You look hungry, friend. You bring any broth with you? There's a cook in the swamp. Makes a broth like you wouldn't believe. Keep telling them that it doesn't taste right. They'll keep giving you more.
That doesn't sound nice at all.
The stranger spoke. There's a cook in the swamp. Keep telling them that it doesn't taste right. They'll keep giving you more.
Yeah, there's nothing else here. I think. There are more. Like I know about one here at least.
The Ember was curious. I'm headed for the crossroads. I've heard there's a nest there. A safe place.
Yeah, like it feels there's way through here. What was here? Oh, the forlorn. Maybe if we take this thing and place it here? No? Or here? No? Okay, we will ask Ghost where's the next person we can help. No, there.
The ghost said, "Speak, and I will listen." Some way to the east, above where the stone frogs meet, a forlorn hides.
Oh, thanks. I knew that already. Okay, let's see if we can find a way to get to them. No? No. No, it's definitely this place. And we somehow need to move through here. I bet it has something to do with the frog. Maybe not. Oh, I see. Item
The
pub.
traveler said, "You sailed in here. Where's your boat? Friend, you need a boat. Go see the builder in the caves. Tell them I'm sorry I never came back."
A solitary way, trudging
The
through.
stranger had blazed their own path.
Okay.
Created their own rock, their own islands.
Oh. I see.
They did not need Ember's kindness. But still, Ember stayed. Building a bridge should it ever be needed. The
Yes.
stranger met Ember's eyes. The two shared a moment of silence.
Sometimes people who seek to be alone and push away others just fear that they will be hurt again.
The stranger met Ember's eyes. The two shared a moment of silence. The traveler said, "Friend, you need go see the builder in the caves. Tell them I'm sorry I never came back."
In the caves. Here. I swear there's a way through here. Wait, I'm missing one more. Oh, I know where they are. And even know how to get to them. Oh, there was a key inside the pond. And we need a fishing thingy. A fishing net to fish it out. Well, we now have that. So...
The key was nestled between the reeds, but it was just out of reach.
Mm-hmm. Now open sesame.
The old gate was locked.
But I do have a key.
Ember placed the key in the lock and slowly began to turn it. The stranger gasped for breath. Dark water slipping above their head.
Oh, don't see. If it takes away, okay. We can move it. Then let's move
The
it.
sea didn't care if they sank or swam. Slowly the tides ebbed, washing over old walls. A safe harbor emerging from the inky depths. Ember reached out a hand.
Yeah, sometimes it is really like that. Being submerged in darkness or water. And maybe you just need someone to show you a bit of land. Or trade away some of the water.
The stranger looked down. The ground feels good beneath my feet, friend.
Do you see them? Oh, was that the member from the start of the game? It was same color, the red one.
The ghost said, "You have done all you can, little one. Your journey lies ahead. Little one, your journey ahead will not be easy. The path to leave this place is blocked. I will guide others to follow after you clear the way."
Hmm?
There are others like me who can help. You will always be welcome here in the forest.
Thank you.
The stranger spoke. My head feels clear for the first time. With tears, the stranger said, "I had forgotten what warmth feels like." The stranger said, "Thank you for being so kind." The stranger said thoughtfully, "I felt so alone. I was so lost." The stranger thought, "I feel ready to move on." The stranger said, "Take care of those you care about the most." The stranger whispered, "Be kind to yourself."
That's right.
Once again, Ember could feel eyes watching.
Oh,
Ember approached the forlorn, but felt it was different. They said, "I know what I need to do, what I need to feel. I don't want to be helped."
that's alright.
Ember could not help. Not all problems were puzzles to be solved.
No, wait. I wanted to go left. Can we go back?
Ember approached the forlorn, but felt they said, "I know what I need to do, what I need to feel. I don't want to be helped."
Yeah.
Ember could not help. Not all problems were puzzles to be solved.
Sometimes we are not ready to move on. Sometimes some problems just cannot be solved, and sometimes it's better to forget.
Ember uncovered a journal entry. "Dusk brings the longest shadows. The lanthorn comforts me. Soft melodies from home. The wild things listen. Yellow eyes in graying trees."
Oh, I'm sorry for not talking too much today. I wasn't really prepared for this. I was told it's cozy, nice, and well, came with them for the message. I just wasn't ready for for this message.
Do you know where we are? I've been walking forever, lost in the marsh.
Oh, can I join them on the campfire?
The two travelers were talking quietly. Yeah, I got so lost in the marsh, you know? Why go anywhere else if it's safe here? Yeah, never having to worry again. The birds scare me though. The two travelers were talking. Yeah, I got so lost in the marsh, you know? Why go anywhere else if it's safe here? Yeah, never having to worry again. The birds scare me though.
Okay, there's a locked gate. There's these 3 people.
The guard joked. Another scrawny ember from the forest. And with a bag looking all nicely and shiny, both guards started looking at Ember with a deathly stare. The guard leered. The forest king would like you, little scruff. Yes, come a little closer. Let us see what's in that bag.
Who are you?
We guard the door to the forest king. Oh yes, we decide who gets to see the king.
Forest King.
The forest king will want to see you. Yes, yes, come this way.
I'm not really sure I want to go in. Obviously, I want to go in.
A feeling of foreboding overcame Ember.
Oh, the atmosphere is really scary, like the trees are shaking.
Ember was terrified but tried not to show it. The giant bird spoke softly. Another little Ember. Speak, little one. Do not fear. The bird is a friend. Ember wanted to feel safe.
Oh, don't hurt me.
Oh, little Ember. Birds won't hurt you. Birds will take another under our wing. Stay safe in the nest, you'll never turn forlorn. Ember was still afraid.
I'm scared.
Is it the night that scares you, little one?
No, it's actually light that scares me. Bad.
See? Night is gone. Day is here. Birds will make the world less frightening. It wasn't only the night that frightened Ember.
I want to help others.
The bird was disappointed. Stay? No need to help, silly forlorn. Hope is false. Hope hurts little ones in the end.
That's not true.
The forest king spoke so gently to Ember.
That was gently.
Perhaps they could rest here for a while. It was hard to know what else to say.
No, we are leaving.
Clever little Ember. You will stay. You will not turn forlorn. search for hope no more. Now take this feather.
A red feather.
Feather means Ember is one of us now. Birds keep little ones safe. Birds should never leave the nest.
The guards seem pleased. Clever Scruff sticking with us. I can hold that bag for you. Leave them alone, they're one of us now. Yeah, one of us. And we all shares bags and things.
No. It's my bag. Okay.
Back again.
Oh, where is everyone?
Where's the other little runs? I'm sure we don't know. They left the quick way, right over the walls. Ignore them. They're just having a little joke. Yeah, having a bit of jokes. It didn't feel like a joke to Ember. He's resting now. It takes a lot, you know. Turning night to day.
Okay, I'll come back later.
Don't stray too far.
I'll look through. How do you get to play? This game, you mean? It's on Steam. I don't know if it's on the other platforms, but I do have a feeling you can find it on other platforms.
The stranger wanted Ember's attention, being careful not to speak too loudly. You should get away from here while you still can. You can't trust the birds.
I know, the bird was scary.
I've heard there's another campfire in the marsh. Well, that's where I'm going if I can find a way down.
They're gone.
The travelers had disappeared. Their campfire remained. The ashes were still warm. Bear tracks lay in the cinders.
Oh no.
The guard squawked. Stand back, don't come any closer.
What's down there?
Nothing down there but sadness and turning forlorn. Go see the Forest King. He'll set you straight.
Why didn't I believe he was a bird? Yeah, I have a feather, so let me
Got your
pass.
first feather, I see.
Best prove yourself, Scruff. Stand watch here. Promise you won't let anyone pass.
The stranger leaned in. I know how crazy this sounds, but friend, those birds are really just embers, dressed up.
Yeah. I wonder what's this analogy for. Yeah, I don't have an answer right now. Maybe
Ember
they're just
didn't
really...
like deceiving the birds. But what choice did they have? They couldn't rest in that place forever. They had to keep going.
Maybe it's just an analogy for a like fake or pet friends you'll find along the way when you're lost in the darkness. It's really easy to meet drunk kind of people that don't really want you good. But they will also of course tell you that they want you good.
Hidden away was a scrap of journal. There were memories here, bound in rock. I hear their voices echo in the ancient stone. I find footprints by the cinders, a makeshift camp.
I wonder if when we find all of the notes, if the story will make any sense to me. Who knows? There's our red friend.
This forlorn was not the same as the others. The forlorn whispered softly, "I know what I need, but I am not ready.
That's okay.
I may never be ready.
That's okay.
The future is yours, stranger. But mine is mine." Ember left the forlorn with their thoughts. The time wasn't right, perhaps would never be.
Yeah, I get feeling there are people like this that actually might be beyond saving.
Ember hurried away from the birds.
Beyond help.
The
Really
mist
sad.
hung close to Ember, hiding them. The forest king seemed frightened, the birds cruel. Ember would rather risk turning forlorn than become like them. Ahead there would be others to help, and maybe a way to move on.
Oh. Oh. Oh, there you go. No.
Ember found a scrap of journal. I heard them coming. The snap of a twig, a flutter of birds, a figure dashing through the undergrowth. Another like me? The traveler seemed distressed. I'm sure it's fine. They'll be okay. But it's been a while since... It's my fault.
Oh, it's not your fault. Whatever happened, I'm sure it can be fixed. Okay, well.
The traveler whispered quietly. No matter where I go, I always end up here. No matter where I go, always here.
Oh, I see.
It looked like a map, but pieces were missing.
Can we move it?
The piece formed a new route. Hidden inside was the Wanderer's journal. Another face at last. A catcher of fish resting by a pond. We work together, silk and tar and aching fingers. My boat floats once more, though I almost wish to stay.
Oh, so that's not our tale, that's someone else's tale. And they probably came by the pond in the forest the very just before. Okay.
It was the same place as before. But how?
Yeah. Oh, that piece.
An eerie scene, like a moment frozen in time.
But first, this.
Inside was a secret diary entry. Pink, orange, red, brown, leaves gently dancing to the ground. Crunch, crackle, lovely sound, fall into a giant mound.
Oh. I'm not sure what that refers to. Okay. Now, can we go back? Okay, we do this.
Gradually, more of the map was revealed. A section of
there's a
bridge had
secret.
somehow been ripped from its foundations.
Oh. Oh, I see. Well, let's go back to the map. Oh.
A lost message was inside. The mist is thick. One way blurs into another. Where do I end? Where does the world begin? I cannot see far enough to tell.
So it's this place. Probably. We can go down. Actually, let's see where the right side goes.
The fog was so blinding, Ember was turned around.
Okay. I'll just really quick check the site. Maybe I have everything here. Probably. Okay. Yeah, let's cross here. I wonder where our friend went.
It was like the map had been broken on purpose.
Oh, that didn't even occur to me that the map might be broken on purpose. But then, what is hiding inside the fog? That, well, not really hiding. What's trapped inside the fog then? Okay.
Ember found a secret note from the Wanderer. Something beckons. This place is not home. I trace the map in my head, recite the older myths. I have to move on.
Alright. How do we get that one? Oh. Oh, there's a notch in the wall there, so there's something on the left. So we'll go like this then. Well, later. I do wonder.
The mist revealed a secret place. Was it hidden on purpose?
Oh, hi.
The stranger spoke. You know, part of me didn't want to be found.
I know.
I said some things I shouldn't have. And now I'm lost. And it's too late.
It's not too late. Sorry. There's a crate somewhere here. Oh, on the right. Oh. Yeah, that's the notch on the map that I was talking about. Melody Cave. A bird
The skeleton
feather.
looked peaceful. Held tightly in its hand was a red feather. The skeleton looked peaceful. Held tightly in its hand was a red feather.
A lanthorn. A sacred instrument with the power to move world.
The statue spoke. Just as it once moved the hearts of the forlorn, the instrument you now hold has the power to move the world around you. Another before you took great effort to hide it deep within this riddle.
Oh, there's a crate here.
The lanthorn began to glow.
Okay, how do I... Oh. Yep. To the horn.
Ember found a lost message. The smell of hot broth and hearty stew wafts across the swamp. By the cook's pot I meet another. They are on their own path, but we promise to meet again.
Oh. Okay, move something here. Probably not. Here? No.
The stranger spoke. You know, part of me didn't want to be I said something, and now I'm lost. And it's too late.
Not too late. Yeah. I'm starting to form an idea what the birds and the red feather might mean. And maybe a reference to like a substance abuse.
Inside was a scrap of journal. In the orchard, I meet the stranger from the cook's fire. A stranger no longer. Together we fill their satchel. Food and memories for the road ahead. There was one last place to reach on the map.
Oh, there are more than one place to reach, but there's more than one place to reach, but yeah. No. Tiles changed. Oh, I know why they changed. Because now we can move them. Is this the place? No. Is this the place?
The Wanderer's Diary. An ancient throne sits empty. No one remains to guide or protect, but we do not mind. My companion shelters with me now. We cannot help those left behind.
Oh well. Let's see what's in the last chamber. No, it's the
Amber
marsh.
felt a great relief to be out of the mist.
Oh, friends, can I move this? No. Um. Okay, that's a letter, but why do I need it?
The way through was ruined.
Oh,
Muffled by the fog, Ember was sure they heard a rumble. Could that have been a tremendous snow?
can I lift this? Oh. Ah, now I see. Eee.
Ember didn't mind getting muddy. The slide was such fun.
I agree.
A sleeping pig. Trotters in the air. They looked happy. The plant looked like it could take a hand off, and it was in Ember's way.
Hmm.
The fruit was giving off a sickly sweet smell.
It's going to explode.
The plant looked like it could take a hand off, and it was in Ember's way.
Oh. Oh.
Ember chuckled. The dangerous plant was no match for a hungry piggy.
Hmm. Ah, good job. Oh. Is the pig okay? Oh no. Maybe it's just sleeping. Ah, yeah, it's just sleeping. Oh, here you go. Aww. Aww. No, I just fallen sleeping. Okay. For a second I thought we did something really bad. Hmm. Oh, I see. Oh, wait though. Oh, huh. I wonder. No, probably not. I was thinking if we can move those bricks here and farm some kind of secret path, but it doesn't seem to lead anywhere.
A hideous odor filled the air.
Oh,
And suddenly, the reason was obvious.
oh, there's a ginormous pig. Sweet. Let me put TV for it.
The pig inhaled a giant snort of air. Wait, what's that delicious smell? Ember shuffled nervously. Other embers fed me treats, but then stopped. You feed me now.
No boy.
As the pig chewed, a light grew in its belly. Surprising. A little sparky, but tingly in belly. But what I want is something more fruity.
Oh,
The pig would eat anything. Ember just needed to find more.
okay. Oh.
Ember found the Wanderer's diary. We stop by the warmth of another campfire. The guardian spirit provokes us, asks what we hope to resolve. I do not understand the question. My companion is silent.
Oh. Well.
And with each thing it ate, the light grew even brighter.
Oh, it's going to explode. Please don't.
Fruity, fresh, but tastes a lot like mud. But what I want is Something with more crunch.
I wonder what that is.
Perhaps if Ember could satisfy the pig, they might be more helpful.
Oh, are we going to... Well, it's about halfway through our stream. Oh, and we missed one of the message caskets, so we will need to return. Hopefully we can. And it's time for us to take a little break. So, if you need to, or you want to, or whatever, just take a little stretch, or rest your eyes from the screen a little bit, or maybe refill your glass, or grab some snacks, and we'll be back in 15 minutes, so take your time. And thank you for watching, and I'll be right back. Alrighty, thank you for waiting. Hope you managed to do everything you needed and wanted during the break. And we will continue. So, feed to feed the frog. Oh, not the frog, the pig.
Ember uncovered a journal entry. Snaughty piggy, simple piggy, so easily teased with fruit. They are no help until they are fed. A few grow fat, wobbling on their trotters.
I wonder, can we feed them another?
No, I want something different.
Oh. Okay.
The skull was disgusting. Perhaps the pig would like it.
That's disgusting. No, that's a pig. Oh, I see. Well, let's still help this little ember. Has high
Stranger had
expectations.
come so very far.
Oh. Can I move this here? No? Oh, how do we get up there? Oh, I see. This way.
They felt the air beneath them, the distance ever widening.
Oh. Oh. Oh, I see.
It was such a long way down.
Yeah. It is such a long way down. Oh, especially if your ambitions are sky high. Sky high. And suddenly halfway through you fall. It's really hard to climb back up.
A resolve stirred within the stranger. Just a few more steps. It can't be much further. A resolve stirred within the stranger. Just a few more steps. It can't be much further.
Alright, let's go feed Skull to the pig. Oh, here's the campfire. I'm sorry, little Skull.
This was the last thing Ember could find to offer. Crunchy, embery, not much meat, bit too bony. But what I want is, the pig's stomach made an almighty sound. Ember chuckled with relief at the large creature they had been so afraid of.
What happened? Oh well. Oh, there's the other pig over here. Oh, let's see. What do we want from you? Oh. Come. Is it coming? Oh. Here?
Hidden away was a scrap of journal. Hands encircled around the evening fire, merry lanthorn tunes, singing out the promises of old. Will home be as we remember?
Hard to say. Okay, what do we want to do with the pig? That's the question. Oh. One more journal. Somewhere. Oh.
The pig had vanished, but something moved beneath the surface.
Oh no, it's a pig eater.
In a muddy pond, Ember thought the pig looked a lot less imposing. The pig shouted joyously. The water feels so good on the skin.
Oh, I'm glad.
Join me, morsel.
No.
The pig seemed happy, but Ember wasn't getting too close. Why do I consume whatever people put in front of me?
That's a good question.
I need some true nourishment, but there's none left here. But so much cooler in this muddy pond, I can finally think. Thank you, morsel.
Oh. That's great. That's great. I'm glad we could help. Now, okay, let's go back down because we're still missing one more journal here. I don't have any idea where. That's the problem. Oh, we can slightly cheat. Now, where are you hiding? Not here. Developing. Yeah, I do have a feeling that oh, pig is there to somehow help us. But I have no idea how. Alright. Oh wow, it just stopped. Come. Oh, there's nowhere else to move it, so... what can we do with this pig? Also, why is the pig wearing, a uniform? Well, the ember thingy.
Ember found a scrap of journal. The lanthorn wards off ghosts and fear. It shapes the world as we wish it. I urge my companion to rest, but still they stare into the fire.
Well,
Ember came upon another campfire lost in the wilderness. It looked long cold, but ready to be lit. As the forlorn awoke, the campfire flickered into life. The ghost spoke. Hope has returned to a forlorn. I will warm them until they choose to move on. Ember looked to the ghost for answers.
Oh, where am I?
This is the Hollow Marsh. Here hope was consumed before it could flourish. You must not lose hope, or you too will turn forlorn. Ember thought of those they loved, those they'd left behind.
I want to help others.
There are others lost along their journey. Find them and I will guide them.
Just a moment, okay. Help me.
East by wooden bridges, on a lonely plinth, a forlorn sits in sorrow.
So we are missing six more friends here.
The Ember whispered, "It's so long since I last felt heard."
Oh. So we move this. Is there another one?
Hidden inside was the Wanderer's journal. Our feet are weary, the hours long. There will be much to do when we arrive. I tell my companion of those waiting at home. They do not seem to know what to say.
I am wondering about this companion. There's a frog statue. Oh, was there another frog statue somewhere else? Oh, there's one. Oh, this one can be moved as well.
Through the mist, Ember could feel they were being watched.
Oh, there. Oh, it's our friend. Stalking us. All the time. Oh wow, this somehow made it through. Okay, and let me add this to prompt terms. Oh, I see. Smart little fellows. Mm-hmm. Okay, where are we? Oh, another frog statue. Okay, so how do we get to you? Well, first we need to probably go to the spinning wheel. Oh. But why would they move it up here? I feel like I need a second one. Sorry. I do feel like I need a second one somewhere here.
Inside was a secret diary entry. The satchel is almost bare, our supplies exhausted. The taste of a good meal is not easily forgotten, but it slipped my mind to thank the cook.
Oh. Hmm. Oh, okay. We can... No, we can't. Wait. Oh, yes, we can. Can we move here? No. Oh, I see. Okay, welcome.
A lost message was inside. Our music crafts our path, bridging over any we pass. My companion's hand clutches mine. We dart like fireflies through the swamp.
Okay, now we don't need this here probably. So we can move it down. Though... Oh, we still need to find the other one. But I'm missing some... I'm missing something really obvious here. Of course. Kindling.
The stranger puzzled over their journey. Some steps felt effortless.
Oh.
Some steps seemed impossible.
I see.
Again and again they return to the past.
No, this is hard. So we need to move here. Now we can turn. Oh,
Twisted by unseen.
that was actually I was planning to extinguish it on this and then light it on here and move it here. Accidental perfection. Sometimes doing like this really like that, right? The journey may seem impossible or really hard, and just taking a few steps and
Gratefully, the stranger said, "Friend, thank you. We all help each other along the path."
after taking a few steps, we may realize the journey is not so hard. Oh, okay. I think we have everything here. Now let's go talk to our friend by the gate. Also, check out the tree here. No? Okay.
The stranger said excitedly, "I've not heard a lanthorn play in a long time. Magical sound a lanthorn makes. Your whole body moves."
Let me tell you, I plays a good lanthorn.
Mm-hmm. Aww. Oh well. Let's take Frog with us. Oh, I see. There. Oh, okay. I get it now. Now you go here. Now you can be moved, okay? Let's place them same way as the one in the middle. Though I must say I love the expression. It's like, like a little therapy, but I find it a little cute, to be honest. Okay. Let's see. I do have one more place where I was thinking we can place a frog. No. Oh. Interesting. Actually, can we... No. But the yellow seems strange. No? Oh, can we get down here? With the frog. No, and not with the pig either. Unless... No, that could actually soft lock you if you do it that way. Aww. I'll place it here for now. And we'll check inside the mountain. No. Oh no. Okay, let's try quitting and going inside and going back again. Okay. That's smart of them. They save your last position when you enter map, so you can't get locked into the terrain. And you just need to reload. Compound choices.
The stranger you knew they had to move on. Behind was forever closed.
Oh.
They knew they had no choice, and yet they hesitated.
Yeah. I hope there's a way to get back there. No. Oh. No, wait. If we move... Okay, maybe this was well.
They tried so hard to see it all. To leave now seemed unbearable. The stranger stared past Ember. I'm almost ready. Let me sit a little longer. I will catch up. I promise.
Yeah, sometimes the solution is right there in front of you, just... It's one thing seeing it and the other thing actually taking the solution. You can just say the choice is easy. Oh, okay. There's clearly a path from the left. But how do we get on it?
The ghost said, "Speak and I will listen."
Help me?
To the southwest, at the wallow edge, a forlorn rests by the foot of a slide.
Oh, really? South to west. Okay.
The stranger said thoughtfully, "I needed better friends. I can see that now." The ember whispered, "It's so long since I last felt heard." With love, the stranger said, "I needed a friend. Thank you."
Yeah. Oh. Everyone needs a friend from time to time. Alrighty. Southwest on this light. Well, the only slide I know of is this one. Oh my god, can we actually walk over the thingy? No. Maybe from the other side? Actually, strong controls. Okay. Maybe more south? No, that's a place with the fog. Oh, this is light. I don't see a forlorn there. Oh, maybe here. Oh. That didn't occur to me.
Ember thought about the pig. Fed to bursting by others but without nourishment. Who had the pig been before? Ember wondered. Cheerily, the stranger said, "Don't say much, little friend, do you? Remind me of one of those golem statues. Stood there, mouth open. I like you."
Okay. Oh, we're still missing. That's the last message. You know, I spent a lot of time looking for it.
Ember found a secret note from the Wanderer. A memory lapse at the edge of my dreams. A time before the water, someone I wished to stay for. We must hurry home.
A memory lapsed at the edge of my dreams. Time before the water, someone I wished to stay for. Must hurry home. I need more messages to get something out of that. So there's a fruit. Now can we throw the fruit into the slide? Oh. And now we go. I see. I come.
Ember watched as the helpful piggy cleared the path.
Well, helpful. More like, hungry, but...
Ember found a lost message. The see hope fade in those you care for. The harder I squeeze, the quicker it slips away.
Oh, yeah. Well, let's take another fruit. Try it here and try ourselves. I love these slides, they're so much fun. Have a fruit.
The stranger couldn't take on more.
Building from rubble. Yeah, I know this one a little too well.
The time to grow had passed.
Can we walk on them? Yeah, we can. So...
They settled into the soft moss and waited.
yeah.
The stranger stretched their limbs. Perhaps it is not too late after all.
It is not. Even though it might seem that, your world is broken. It's really not, like, there are always pieces you can pick up and build anew.
The stranger stretched their limbs. Perhaps it is not too late after all. Inside was a scrap of journal. Less and less grows here. I dare not go in the caves alone. The spiders whisper. Their cobwebs glitter. I am not sure I am ready.
Oh, that's nice. What do you call them? Oh, I don't know the word in English, but the thing is where two people sit on each end and one goes up and the other goes down. And they need to work together if they want to have fun.
A stone golem frozen in the lake, a relic from a forgotten time.
Then look.
The pot had turned cold. The fire had died.
Maybe we can help. Lost in thought.
Nothing the cook made felt good enough.
I see.
Endlessly stirring the same tasteless pot.
Oh,
Couldn't focus, sleepwalking through the days. Aimed inwards was a swirl of thoughts. In the eye of the storm, a fragile flicker. They wanted to serve something perfect. The praise of others was hollow. The cook felt numb and hurt all at once. The cook spoke softly. "Oh, hello, little one. I didn't see you. I must have lost myself for a moment."
yeah. What are you cooking?
It's supposed to be my new soup recipe,
It's supposed to be a new soup recipe.
but it's not ready. It's not done. A wonderful smell wafted towards Ember. "You look starving, poor thing. Have a little taste, but it's not right yet." It was the most beautiful thing Ember had ever. I know.
I'm sorry.
It's got no flavor, nothing special. Ember wished the cook would believe them.
Are you okay?
Oh, I used to love this. Just want to be good at it. But it feels like I'm making the same things over and over. Nothing has flavor. I'm stuck.
May I have more?
Oh, I'd forgotten how good it feels feeding folk. But it's not ready. There's no need to pretend just to make me feel better. The cook stirred their soup, looking at Ember, looking at the pot, stirring, thinking. Soon, maybe.
Make me something.
If you know what you want, I can try. But I really need some better ingredients. Something from the orchard could have worked, if it was still standing.
Orchard.
Oh, the cook struggled to hold back their emotions. Pigs have gotten in me orchard. Planted every sapling I did. All me hard work ruined. Take the key and have a look yourself. I can't bear to.
I wonder if when we enter, if we would find flourishing orchard or not. Well, we'll see.
See if anything is left, but I promise you, there won't be.
Who knows? I hope we can help them. It it's so easy to fall into this mindset that oh, well, that everything you make is not good, that you need to be better. And honestly, sometimes it might be true, but I shouldn't have, like, you should evaluate yourself, but you shouldn't, just, well, what I'm trying to say is that you should listen to the feedback of others as well. Because at the end of the day, of course, you may want to make something better, something perfect, but maybe you already made it. Also, I'm getting a little emotional and it's hard flashing it out. um, but also, things don't have to be perfect. Sometimes imperfections are, are what makes things perfect, and it's hard admitting that as well. Oh. No, well, we're still missing our message. Now let's look around. Oh, I bet you it's in here somehow. Uh-huh. Alright then, let's look into the orchard. Wait. Message.
The Wanderer's Diary. Frogs play at the feet of fallen statues. Simple, splashy, happy little hoppers. They seem content in the home they've made.
Alrighty. Let's see the orchard. No, this is not an orchard. That was not the expression I was going to make, I was going for that one. So... wait. Look, it's turtles at the corners and fish in the middle, so... wait, what? But how am I? Oh, this will be hard. Oh, I see. It's something to do with the facing. Oh. No? Well, when you enter here, it automatically goes down. If you enter here, hmm. And get it? Okay, this part is correct. Hmm. So we can't go to the right, so let's go down. Left. Left. Alright, we can enter. Hmm. And gate, can we enter here? No. Hmm. So, entering turtle. Aha! I see. So, entering turtle gives you two spaces of frogs. And if you enter turtle while you have a frog tile, you will fall, so you need to basically move turtle, two squares on frogs, and turtle. That's why we're falling. I originally thought it had something to do with how they're facing, or some pattern, or like step on all of them. That was a clever puzzle. And the hints were on the outside on the door.
The stranger was afraid. They couldn't see what lay ahead. Ember saw their own fear reflected in the stranger.
True. knowing what's in front of us is scary. Isn't it? But we can't know every time. Oh, I see.
The darkness hungered for them all.
Hmm?
The little ember spoke hesitantly. How do you continue, never knowing if we'll reach the end?
Hmm. That's a good question. Hmm. I guess just by having hope that there's an end and it's a good end.
The little ember spoke hesitantly. How do you continue, never knowing if we'll reach the end?
Oh. Hmm. Oh wow. Two more. Sorry, I bumped into microphone.
The ghost said, "Speak and I will listen."
Help me find next one.
On the road east, in a forgotten orchard, a forlorn awaits by pooling water.
Oh, I know where it is. Oh. I do wonder if we missed stuff with the birds. Because I kind of just ran through. There were like embers just looking down. Oh, maybe we should go back before we go forward.
The orchard gate was locked and needed a key. Ember placed the key in the lock and slowly began to turn it.
Dying orchard. Oh, it's pretty destroyed.
The cook was right. The pigs had destroyed everything. pig devoured the fruit with careless abandon.
I do wonder if pigs are farmer embers because they wear a uniform that's really similar to ours. Well, some of them. Oh, hello.
The frog seemed nervous, but also relieved to see Ember. They told Ember that the birds had let all the pigs into the orchard, and that the pigs had eaten everything, all whilst the birds watched and laughed. Except one precious thing the frog had managed to keep safe. The frog offered the lotus seeds to Ember.
Maybe with this, Cook can finally complete his recipe.
They pleaded for Ember to take the lotus seeds to their old friend the cook, as the frog knew how important good ingredients were in hard times.
I'll do just that.
Ember found the Wanderer's diary. The earth resists my wishes. The lanthorn will not answer when I blow. I must be rid of it. I hide the wretched instrument deep in a riddle.
I wonder what your fishes were done. If Earth resisted them. Linear road, searching for
The
solid
stranger
way.
closed their eyes and let the fog overwhelm them.
Oh,
Soft, gentle fog. It held them like a vice.
okay, this will be interesting.
The mist could not be pushed, would not be fanned away. The stranger spoke. The fog didn't choose me, it just was. I hope it never closes on you, friend.
I do wonder if that was supposed to be indecision or what else would it have been? Maybe just being lost and trying to find a way. Oh, hard to say. And we're missing one more message here. Oh, maybe it's inside the room. Huh? Oh no, there it is.
Ember uncovered a journal entry. I dock my boat at the final harbor. Soft drips dripping over slick black rock. Something hisses from the dark.
Mm-hmm. Huh? What the hell? Well, there's a tree with fruit, so I do wonder. If I do this. No, that's where the frog is. But I'm not giving up now. We just need to figure out how these things work. How this thing works. Hmm. Alright, maybe we can take this and wake one of the pigs. Ah. Oh, I get it. Fast. No, don't fall asleep, Perfect. Calm down. Are you kidding me? Okay, here you go. Oh. Well. Nice. Now, come with me. God damn it. I screwed up. We're getting there. Come out. Now let's go in. I knew it. Avoidance.
The
Navigate with
stranger
caution.
couldn't face themselves. It just hurts to be outshone.
Oh, okay, that was not an expression I was going to make. But yeah, okay, we need to be careful not to blow out their fire.
It just hurts to be outshone.
Now, how can we like this? Then go here, then here, then here, here. Now here.
It had been easier just to turn aside.
I love that Joe. But like it's true, it's so easy to be outshone by others by start avoiding things you like.
The
But you
stranger
should,
searched Ember's face. Is there hope for me, do you think? Will I make it?
I think you will. But well, it's alright to compare yourself with others, like in healthy way. You should compare yourself also to your past self and see what you improved in. Oh, because it's so easy to just look at what you have now, what you know now, and feel inadequate. Not good enough, but whatever you have, I'm pretty sure you you didn't have it at the start. You gained it over the years. Knowledge, skills, whatever. And it's so easy to dismiss that. Oh, it's so easy to dismiss all the hard work and look just at the results. Oh well. I will go back to the bird area first though. I'm kind of curious about stuff we may have missed. Actually, let's go to campfire first. Well, I have a feeling they will send us back. Oh, maybe. But now we have all the embers, so we'll stay here.
The ghost said, You have done all you can, little one. Your journey lies ahead. You have done well to get this far, little one. I will clear the path ahead for you.
Thank you.
You have seen another watching over you.
I have.
They know the secrets of this place. Seek them out.
Okay.
Softly, the ember said, "Most people are unhappy sometimes, don't you think?"
Agreed.
With love, the stranger said, "I needed a friend. Thank you." With courage, the ember said, "We should be more careful of each other." Gently, the stranger said, "Love survives us all in the end."
Does.
The ember spoke hesitantly. "Nothing is endless. Nothing." The ember whispered, "It's so long since I last felt heard." The stranger said thoughtfully, "I needed better friends. I can see that now."
Yeah. Nothing is endless, but doesn't mean we can't enjoy things while they last. Actually, we should. Well, we have a few stops before we go. First, we need to... Where the hell are we? Oh, I know. Sorry, I want to do this before the end of the stream because... Well, then I will forget. I don't want that. No, we probably... yeah. Oh, we need to shift things. So I'm pretty sure we cleaned out everything in the... what's it called? Base. But there may be things here. And also now we have horn. Maybe we can move stuff around. Like, see, there's a way here. Well, we can go there yet, or maybe never, but... I do want to explore a little bit. Oh, they're gone. There's Ember there.
The crossroads gate was locked.
Oh. Maybe? I wonder how that can help us.
Get back in there. You still have explaining to do. Yeah, we're not letting you out yet.
Oh. Oh no. Maybe we shouldn't have returned. But now we are stronger. Now we can face him. Also, there's a chest. Over here.
Ember felt nervous standing before the king again. Frustrated, the Forest King said, "Poor tired Ember, where did you go? You must rest now."
No. I wanted to help others.
You give false hope.
It's not a false hope.
Try and fail and hurt. This is all there is.
Ember could feel the Forest King looking right through them.
This end, there no more. Why not stop? Let go of this. You must stay. No more foolish hope. Last chance. Take key now. Make sure gates are locked. Let no more in. Let no more out.
Ember took the key. What choice did they have?
I wonder if there's a... No, there's probably...
Yeah, this really is your last chance. Don't betray the Forest King again.
Maybe we'll betray them again. No?
The stranger glanced around, speaking in hushed tones. You managed to slip down to the marsh? I think I'll look for the campfire there too. Good luck to you, stranger.
Hmm? Okay. There are more people out here. Let's see.
The Ember looked proud. I've nearly earned my full feathers. How are you getting on? The Ember hesitated. Oh, really well? Me too. I can't wait until everyone has to listen to me.
Why?
Yeah. The traveler looked lost. Have you been searching for home too? I wandered so long. But something feels wrong out there. I'm not sure it feels right here either. The stranger inhaled deeply. The cook taught me this recipe. Don't tell anyone. But the secret ingredient is pork. The stranger spoke earnestly. The Forest King is right, you know. I've seen those embers turned forlorn. It's a shame they wouldn't listen.
Yeah. Alright. I'm starting to form opinion on this place. Though, probably still wrong, but... basically... The first king here... It's like finding temporary happiness and then I wonder if toxically clutching onto it forever. Or maybe pretending to be happy and just giving up. And forlorn, they try. Sometimes they fail. Sometimes they need friends to help them. And you've seen them on the campfire. I think they were happier there than those people here. Anyways. Oh. I completely forgot about the cook. So I'm going to give him the ingredients. And then we will return here. And we have so many options actually. We can go forwards. We can explore crossroads. I do have a feeling though, we can always return whatever way we choose. Or at least I hope so. So what we'll do is this. We will go to the campfire. No. Well, cookies first. That's no question. Then I kind of found that map piece in the Bird King room. Oh, not piece, not map piece. So but we're already here. No, we'll first explore crossroads. Just in case the door locks behind us. God damn it, it's so indecisive today. No. We will go forwards. And, yeah, I decided we will go to cook, then we will go forwards. And hopefully we will be able to return. Hey, here's your perfect ingredient.
Back so soon? It takes a long time to grow a tree, but a pig minutes to destroy it. Some of the leaves are poisonous, so that's something.
The pigs?
You ever want to feel good about your cooking, feed a piggy. They always ask for more. Makes you feel lovely. But then later you see them eating some old shoes.
Oh.
We call them apples, but I don't think they are apples. They look a bit wrong, but they taste a bit wrong. But if you boil them, then they taste wrong in a different way.
Oh. There are a lot of seeds.
I can't believe... Where did you... I've never cooked with lotus seeds before. Ember felt happy seeing the cook suddenly so full of purpose. What a lovely surprise! What a lovely surprise. Please try some. It's not much, but there's plenty to go around. Help yourself.
Oh, thank you. That's
You
a
well,
big
little
portion.
one. And do remember me if you are ever hungry.
I will. What do we do with that wall? Do we bring it to someone? Was there someone hungry? You?
Cheerily, the stranger said, "Remind me of one of stood there, mouth open. I like you."
Oh, maybe you want some. I'll be cooking.
The pig was joyous.
"What is this morsel? My insides feel as refreshed as my outsides. I did not dream such food was possible. We will plant a garden of treats. We will grow and eat like piggy kings. Compliments to the chef."
Let's go to the chef once again.
Back so soon?
I have more.
Thank you for everything. Take this and be well, little one.
Let's try feeding the pig a few times. Maybe healthy eatings. Eating will help him.
The pig was joyous.
My insides feel as refreshed. I did not dream we will plant a garden. Compliments to the chef.
No. If there was another message, I would have considered there to be.
The painting was the same as Ember had seen before. Two embers shone clearly in the daylight now, their journey ahead.
There's a message somewhere here. Oh, there's a frog statue. And more. Okay, I think this is a progressing storyline, so let's go back to the birds. But that will have to wait until next Friday. So I will be calling it today here. Thank you all for watching. I hope you enjoyed it. I didn't expect it to be so mental health oriented, I guess. But I'm pleasantly surprised. Though I was a little emotional throughout the playthrough, but it was really nice. I just wasn't prepared for it. Anyways, yeah. I hope you enjoyed it. Tomorrow I'm having a day off as always. I will be back on Sunday with Elite Dangerous. So if you want, you can stop by for that. Otherwise, I stream 5 days a week. There's a schedule underneath the stream. And you can stop by anytime, just say hi or just watch. I hope you will have a great rest of your day. And good night if you're going to sleep. And I hope I'll see you sometimes again. Bye bye.